Shabakam Shanim Jato Pivande Urushi Charanad Vindam Ashiva Prasada Swamutintan Hari Bhakta Sangha Chaturida Shiva Bhagava Prasada Swamanatri Chaturida Shiva Bhagava Prasada Swamutintan Hari Bhakta Sangha Vidvayatirtim bhajata sadaiva Vande Groshi Charanavindam Vidvayatirtim bhajata sadaiva Vande Groshi Charanavindam Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopina Shyama Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Navadvip Dham ki jai, Mathura Dham ki jai, Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Tulasi Devi ki jai, Yamuna Mai ki jai, Ganga Mai ki jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga.
वृंदाय तुलसी देवी प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णुभक्ति प्रददेवी सत्यवत्यै नमो नमः
Vrindaye Tulsi Devya Priya Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Pradeve Sattvatyaya
वृंदाय तुलसी देवी प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णुभक्ति प्रददेवी सत्यवत्यै नमो नमः
Vrindaye Tulsi Devya Priya Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Pradeve Sattvatyaya Namo Namaha
वृंदाय तुलसी देवी प्रियाय केशवस्य च विष्णुभक्ति प्रददेवी सत्यवत्यै नमो नमः
Vrindaye Tulsi Devya Priya Keshavasya Cha
कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायिनी वृंदे देवी तुलसी महारानी की जय।
News of the Swamis moved to the Bowery Loft spread, mostly by word of mouth at the Paradox restaurant, and people began to come by in the evening to chant with him. The musical kirtans were especially popular on the Bowery. Since the Swami's new congregation consisted mostly of local musicians and artists, who responded more to the transcendental music than to the philosophy. Every morning he would hold a class on Srimad Bhagavatam, attended by David Allen, Robert Nelson, and another boy, and occasionally he would teach cooking to whoever was interested. He was usually available for personal talks with any inquiring visitors or with his new roommate. Although Prabhupada and David each had a designated living area in the large loft, the entire place soon became dominated by Prabhupada's preaching activities. Prabhupada and David got on well together, and at first, Prabhupada considered David an aspiring disciple. April 27th. He wrote to his friends in India describing his relationship with David Allen. He was attending my class at 72nd Street along with others, and when I experienced this theft case in my room, he invited me to his residence. So I am with him and training him. He has good prospect because already he has given up all bad habits. In this country, illicit connection with women, smoking, drinking, and eating of meats are common affairs. Besides that, there are other bad habits like using only toilet paper and not bathing after evacuating, etc. But by my request, he has given up 90% of his old habits. And he is chanting Maha Mantra regularly. So I am giving him the chance, and I think he is improving. Tomorrow I have arranged for some prasadam distribution, and he has gone to purchase some things from the market. When David first came to the Bowery, he appeared like a clean-cut college student. He was 21, 6 feet tall, blue-eyed, handsome, and intelligent-looking. Most of his friends in New York were older and considered him a kid. David's family lived in East Lansing, Michigan, and his mother was paying $100 monthly to sublease the loft. Although he did not have much experience, he had read that a new realm of mind expansion was available through psychedelic drugs, and he was heading fast into the hazardous world of LSD. His meeting with the Swami came at a time of radical change and profoundly affected his life. David. It was a really good relationship I had with the Swami, but I was overwhelmed by the tremendous energy of being that close to him. It spurred my consciousness very fast. Even my dreams at night would be so vivid of Krishna consciousness. I was often sleeping when the Swami was up because he was up late in the night working on his translations. That's possibly where a lot of the consciousness and dreams just flowed in because of that deep relationship. It also had to do with studying Sanskrit. There was a lot of immediate impact with the language. The language seemed to have such a strong mystical quality, the way he translated it, word for word. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So today is the Sunday festival. We many of our major cooks are out this weekend. So Maturnath Prabhu has volunteered to kind of be a head chef there, cook. So let us try to support as much as possible. The cooking is one thing. There's also the dishes and the cleanup after the feast, tidying the temple room, upstairs, the basement, so many things. So just keep your eyes peeled for service opportunities and try to make it a nice environment for the guests. Thank you very much. Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. They're just like desired trees who can fulfill the desires of everyone, and they're full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha pasandibhyacha vatatanam pavanibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Shri Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Om Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Om Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram,
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradari Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Ashtatar Shata Shishimad Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jaya Jaya Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Ashtatar Shata Shishimad Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhakti Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakun Radhakun Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Navadvip Dham Ki Jai Mathura Dham Ki Jai Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Tulasi Devi Ki Jai Yamuna Mai Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. Okay, the bookmark is on Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 1, Text 22. Or text, maybe it's text 21. 23. Anyani cha iha dvijadeva devai kritani nana ayatanani Vishnaho prati anga mukya ankita mandirani yat darshanat Krishnam anusmaranti anyani cheha dvijadeva devai Kritani nanayatanani Vishnaho Pratyangamukyan kita mandirani Yadarshanat Krishnam anusmaranti Anyani cheha dvijadeva devai Kritani nanayatanani Vishnaho Pratyangamukyan kita mandirani Yadarshanat Krishnam-anusmaranti Anyani cheha dvija deva devahi Kritani nanayatanani Vishnuho Pratyanga mukyan kita mandirani Yadarshanat Krishnam-anusmaranti
Anyani Cheja Deva Devai Ritani Nana Yatanani Vishnu Paryanga Mugyan Chita Mandirani Yadarshanat Krishna Manusmaranti
Yadarshanat Krishnam-anusmaranti. Does anyone else want to read the verse? Anyani cheha dvija deva devai Kritani nanayatanani Vishnu Pratyanga mukyan kitamandirani Yadarshana Krishna Manusmaranti Anyani cheha dvija deva devai Kritani nanayatanani Vishnu Pratyanga mukyan kitamandirani Yadarshana Krishna Manusmaranti Anyani cheha dvija deva devai Kritani nanayatanani Vishnu Pratyanga mukyan kitamandirani Yadarshana Krishna Manusmaranti Anyani others Cha also Iha here Dvijadeva by the great sages Devai the demigods Kritani established by Nana various Atyatanani various forms Vishnu of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Prati each and every Anga part Mukhya the chief Ankita marked Mandirani temples Yat which Darshanat by seeing from a distance Krishnam the original personality of Godhead Anusmaranti constantly remembers. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. There were also many other temples of various forms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Vishnu, established by great sages and demigods. These temples were marked with the chief emblems of the Lord, and they reminded one always of the personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna. Purport. Human society is divided into 4 social orders of life and 4 spiritual divisions, applying to each and every individual person. This system is called Varnashram Dharma and has already been discussed in many places in this great literature. The sages or persons who completely devoted themselves to the spiritual upliftment of the entire human society were known as Dvija Deva, the best among the twice born. The denizens of superior planets from the moon planet and upwards were known as Devas. Both the Dvija Devas and the Devas always established temples of Lord Vishnu in his various forms, such as Govinda, Madhusudana, Nrsimha, Madhava, Keshava, Narayana, Padmanabha, Partha Sarati, and many others. The Lord expands himself in innumerable forms, but all of them are non-different from one another. Lord Vishnu has 4 hands and each holds a particular item, either a conch shell, wheel, club, or lotus flower. Of these 4 emblems, the chakra or wheel is the chief. So we read this one yesterday, right? Okay, we'll go to the next one. Tatastvati Vrajya Surastram Ridham Sovira Matsyan Kuru Jangalamscha Kalena Tavad Yamunam Upetya Tatrodavam Bhagavatam Dadarsha. Thereafter, he passed through very wealthy provinces like Surat, Sovira, and Matsya, and through western India, known as Kuru Jangala. At last, he reached the bank of the Yamuna, where he happened to meet Uddhava, the great devotee of Lord Krishna. Purport. The tract of land, comprising about 100 square miles from modern Delhi to the Mathura district in Uttar Pradesh, including a portion of the Goregaon district in Punjab, East India, is considered to be the topmost place of pilgrimage in all of India. This land is sacred because Lord Krishna traveled through it many times. From the very beginning of his appearance, he was at Mathura, in the house of his maternal uncle Kamsa, and he was reared by his foster father Maharaj Nanda at Vrindavan. There are still many devotees of the Lord lingering there in ecstasy in search of Krishna and his childhood associates, the gopis. It is not that such devotees meet Krishna face to face in that tract of land, but a devotee's eagerly searching after Krishna is as good as his seeing him personally. How this is so cannot be explained, but it is factually realized by those who are pure devotees of the Lord. Philosophically, one can understand that Lord Krishna and his remembrance are on the absolute plane, and that the very idea of searching for him at Vrindavan in pure God consciousness gives more pleasure to the devotee than seeing him face to face. Such devotees of the Lord see him face to face at every moment, as confirmed in the Brahma Samhita. Premanjana Charita Bhakti Vilochanena Santa Sadaiva Hridayeshu Vilokayanti Yam Shama Sundaram Achintya Gunasvarupam Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Those who are in ecstasy of love with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Shama Sundara Krishna, see him always in their hearts, due to love and devotional service rendered to the Lord. Both Vidura and Uddhava were such elevated devotees, and therefore they both came to the bank of the Yamuna and met each other. Maharaj, would you like to speak on this?
Everyone belongs to Varnashram. Everyone should be trained how to perform their occupation and orders of life, because that way one will be complete. One will have, even his occupation will be so organized that he'll be able to make spiritual progress. One should not take up an occupation outside of the varnas and ashrams, because that'll be an occupation that will be harmful. It's like the Brahmins, they are taking responsibility for the spiritual education or upliftment of the whole society. Therefore, they're Dvaja Deva, twice born, Dvija, two and born. Like a bird is called Dvija also because first she takes birth from the mother's body in the form of eggs, and then comes out of the eggs. When he cracks out the eggs, that's the second birth. That's the Dvijas, the twice born, they take their first birth from mother and father, original biological parents. And then they take birth again, second time, from father is the spiritual master and the Vedas are the mother. So in that way, they get their second birth. And to indicate that, they wear the sacred thread. That means one is taking a second birth. And they're taught how to live. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna summarizes Samodhamot Pakshocham Shantir Arjvam Evacha Jnanam Vijnanam Astikyam. And the Brahmins are taught to be peaceful, self-controlled, peaceful mind, austerities, cleanliness, knowledge, and realized knowledge, forgiveness. These are good qualities that only a person of goodness can develop. These qualities are admired in society. If someone is peaceful, everyone's admiring him. A person so peaceful doesn't get upset by so-called catastrophes. So the Brahmins, they don't get upset about things because they understand that everything's working correctly under the Lord's arrangement. If something happens, it's supposed to happen because the Lord has arranged it. And there are so many reasons how the Lord does everything. And they understand that. And they're willing to accept what they get and set aside as their quota. They don't hanker for someone else's things, wealth, or someone else's wife. They just take what is set aside for themselves as their quota, and they're happy with it. Therefore, a Brahmana, he's not supposed to be upset about his life. He's not supposed to be lamenting, why couldn't I make more money? Why couldn't I have more opulence, more fame? He's happy with what he has. And the Kshatriyas, they have their duties. They have to be very powerful. They have to follow the instructions of the Brahmanas. And they have to be brave and generous and these qualities. Then the Vaishyas are taught how to give charity and how to not get contaminated. Because the problem is they like to get money. They're inspired by getting money and wealth. But then if they become too much entangled with it, then they become greedy. And now, for example, you see people, they want to make millions of dollars. What do they need millions of dollars for? It's not necessary to live a nice life. They could live a much nicer life if they took more time for spiritual And they're supposed, he's a Vaishya, so he may not study as much as the Brahmins, and he's not as commanding and powerful as the Kshatriyas, but he's intelligent. He can figure things out. He can figure out how to engage others for his purpose. It's like Elisha, he didn't have many cows. It's like Nanda Maharaj. Nanda Maharaj was Elisha. And so he had many cows, and he engaged others in assisting him, taking care of the cows. And those others would be Shudras. So the Shudras would be happy just to work with someone else's cows. He doesn't claim he owns the cows. If he wants to own cows, then he has to become a Vaishya. And he has to follow the characteristics of Vaishya. You see, Nanda Maharaj, Sunanda, his brothers and relatives, they're all performing the duties of the Vaishya, taking care of the cows. Kushigo Rakshavanijam. Kushi means agriculture. They're producing foodstuffs for the whole society. The Kshatriyas don't have to go out and grow their food. They could do that if they wanted to, but they're intelligent enough to do it. But they're doing work that only they can do. Only the Kshatriyas can protect. And Vaishyas, they're doing work that couldn't be done by the Shudras. Shudras may not be able to figure out how to do it. It's a little too complex for them. But they're happy to do the assisting work. But they have to give charity. The Vaishyas have to perform sacrifices. It's like they were performing Indra Yagya. Every year, on a certain day, they would perform offerings to Indra so that they would get water. They thought that water was dependent on Indra. Materially speaking, there may be some truth in that. But Krishna wanted to teach them a higher principle, that materially one doesn't need to depend on the demigods at all, because Krishna is the real supplier. He's the real owner. He's the real benefactor. He's the real protector. And so Krishna showed them that by engaging them in worshiping Govardhan Hill and the cow. Without any mention of Indra. What can Indra do? So Indra showed what he could do. He could create a storm that was so virulent that blocks of ice were coming down. We have hail now, the size of a baseball sometimes, but they were sort of big blocks, and everyone was getting smashed. But Krishna came and protected them with the umbrella of Govardhan Hill and proved to Indra that he was not in control. Krishna was in control. He had to correct his thinking. But they may be engaged in worshiping demigods in the lower stage because they haven't learned yet. But eventually they will learn that Yagyavai Vishnu, all the sacrifices have to be offered first to Vishnu. When Vishnu accepts them, then they can be distributed to the demigods. This is also the way it should be done in temples. Sometimes they have demigods' temples, or they have many different temples all in one. But Vishnu is offered the whatever they're offering, whether it's food or flowers or worship, he's offered first. And then the demigods can accept his remnants as prasad. That process will be fruitful. And eventually they'll become Vishnu Bhaktas or Krishna Bhaktas. when they come to the point of being Vishnu Bhakta, as described here, then they're all worshiping Vishnu, same category. These are different forms of Krishna directly. Everything in one sense is non-different than Krishna, but specifically, he's one with his forms, Advaitam, Achyutam, Anadam, Anantarupam. His unlimited forms, such as Advaitam, Achyuta, and Narayan, the Shringa, Varaha, although they seem like different forms, Matsya, still they're the same. It's the same Lord appearing in different forms for different pastimes and for interacting with different devotees. The devotee likes to relate to the Lord as Nrsingadev. Some devotees of Lord Nrsingadev, like Prahlad Maharaj, others worship him in that form. And Krishna likes to interact with them. He uses Sudarshan Chakra. He has the other weapons when he's in the form of Vishnu. He uses the other weapons. When he kills someone when he leaves Vrindavan, that becomes his Vishnu pastimes. For example, he killed so many demons outside of Vrindavan, that was Vishnu. Even Kamsa saw Krishna as Vishnu. Vasudeva, Sankarshan, Padumna, Aniruddha, the four. Quadruple expansion. In fact, he had only seen the two. He had seen Vasudeva, Krishna, and Sankarshan, Balaram. But he didn't see Padumna. Because Padumna was born after he died. Kamsa was killed by Krishna before he got married. Before Krishna married Rukmini. So Kamsa didn't see them. From the Garga Samhita, when he comes back, he says, now I get to see all four together. That was what I really wanted to see. So he was so happy because he hadn't seen Pradyumna and Aniruddha. Aniruddha is the son of Pradyumna. He didn't see him either. But then he came back. This was during the 8th year of the exile of the Pandavas, when they were exiled for 13 years. In the 8th year, then that's when Ugrasena held his Rajasuya sacrifice. And at the end of the sacrifice, Kamsa came along with his 8 brothers at the request of Kamsa's mother. She wanted to see her sons again. And so they came by the grace of Krishna, and they said they wanted to see. So they like to worship the Lord in his Vishnu feature. They're attracted by that. And there's so many people who have that attraction, therefore there's unlimited Vaikuntha planets where they can live. And they can enjoy the relationship with Vishnu. There's different forms of the Lord depending on the things they're holding in their hands. If they hold the disc in one hand and the flower in another hand, the conch and what is it? Yet. Commodity. So they hold them in different hands in this different aspect of Vishnu. And some have their attraction for a particular form. Just like in the material world, we also have attraction. Some are attracted to this type of person that looks like this, another person who attracts another person who's like that. They're all humans, but still different persons have different attractions. That variety is still there in the spiritual world, but Krishna is the ultimate attractive feature. And everyone in the spiritual world is attracted to Krishna in some feature. So they went to the same place at the same time by the arrangement of the Lord. Uddhava and Vidura, both great devotees. These are the places where Vaishnavas go, especially they are attracted to the Yamuna River and the Ganges. Sometimes they flow as one river, but sometimes they split apart for some time. So when they're split apart, they're called Ganga and Yamuna. And sometimes their meaning is the same. But the part that's known as Yamuna and Vrindavan is supposed to be many times pure because of the pastimes of Lord Krishna. That he took bath there so many times, along with the gopis. And those pastimes are exalted among all other pastimes. That's the topmost. That's the original form of the Lord as in his that feature in his grown up, his adolescent feature. Those pastimes are extraordinary. But then there's other devotees, like we were hearing from the Surat in this area, Gujarati. They are especially attracted to child Krishna's pastimes. They like them. That Krishna satisfies them whatever they want, whatever rasa they want.
Om Gyanatamurandasya Gyananjanam Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Mano Bhishtam Shtapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shriuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Prijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamscha He Krishna Kruna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Panchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Danagar Goswami Niti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Distarine Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangam Langayate Girim Yat Kripa Tad Aham Vande Shri Gurum Dinataninam. In the Garga Samhita, Garga Muni describes how Narada Muni is speaking to King Bahulashva, and Narada Muni describes how after this attempt of inundating Vrindavan with a flood from King Indra, King Indra realized that he had made a mistake, that this person's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So he went to Krishna to beg forgiveness from him. Indra and all of the demigods came, and also Indra's elephant, Airavata, with the 4 trunks, who came from the churning of the milk ocean, and also the Sarabi cow, who came from the churning of the milk ocean. And they all came to Krishna, and Indra bowed down to him, and he was saying nice prayers to him, explaining that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the cause of all causes. He's in everyone's heart. All of these different prayers. And he was saying, please save me, save me. And he wanted to be saved from one is falling down from his position as the king of heaven. And Maharaj explains in the purport these different reasons he wanted to be saved. Another one was from forgetting Krishna, becoming forgetful of Krishna again, and becoming puffed up with his pride. So he had these different reasons. So he was saying, please save me from this offense that I committed. He didn't want to be forgetful of Krishna again and Krishna's position. So after he says all of these nice prayers, then the Sarabi cow bathes Krishna with milk, and that milk turns into streams that become Govinda Kund, which is a sacred place, and people can become free from all material contamination by bathing there. And then Airavata, with his 4 trunks, he bathes Krishna with Ganges water, and that Ganges water that bathed Krishna becomes the Manasa Ganga. And after that, the demigods and Indra, they circumambulate Krishna, and they leave back to their abode. And all of the cowherd men and women of Vrindavan go back to their homes. But now the Gopas are concerned, because ever since Krishna appeared, he appears as a child, but he's killed a witch demon, he's killed a tornado demon. He just lifted the Govardhan hill for 7 days. And when all of the Gopas had their sticks to try to hold the Govardhan hill up and help him, and they said, because they're seeing that Krishna, they're not seeing him as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they're seeing he's our beloved or our child or our friend. So they thought, he can hold it, we can also hold it. So they said, why don't you let us hold it for some time. You've been standing there so long. And he had just transferred half the weight to them, and instantly they were falling over and couldn't bear it. So now after all this had happened, they were wondering, how is it that this boy, he was holding the Govardhan hill, Indra came and worshipped him, all the demigods were worshiping him, what is going on? So they spoke to Nanda Maharaj and Mother Yashoda, and they were very concerned. They presented their doubt to the person in charge, the king, Nanda Maharaj. And they were saying, you are both fair complexioned, Maharaj Nanda and Mother Yashoda, and your boy is very dark. And so this was one of their doubts, that they were questioning whether he was even their child at all. And they brought up how he's done all these extraordinary activities that nobody else could do. And they were asking, Mother Yashoda became frightened because she was afraid of the thought of losing the custody of Krishna. And so they brought up these concerns, and they were asking, so who is this boy? What is going on here? They didn't want any secrets to be kept from them by their leader, Nanda Maharaj. And Nanda Maharaj began to explain that I had the name-giving ceremony done by Garga Muni in my palace, and I'll now explain to you what Garga Muni said. And he explained a few things that Garga Muni said. And the Gopas, they said, you had the name-giving ceremony and you did not invite any of us? And they became very angry. They said, you had the name-giving ceremony in your own home and you didn't tell anyone. And they were very angry, and they all left to go consult King Vrishabhanu, the neighboring king and the father of Srimati Radharani, about what was happening. So they spoke to King Vrishabhanu that please give up this association of Nanda Maharaj. Please sever your tie of friendship with him. And King Vrishabhanu is saying, well, what wrong has Nanda Maharaj done so that I should sever this tie of friendship with him? He's always very kind to us. He's a great friend. What wrong has he done? And they said, if you do not sever, they were angry. They said, if you do not sever this tie of friendship with Nanda Maharaj, then we will sever our ties to you. And our whole community will leave. And you also have a daughter whom you still need to get married. So I remember one of the sentences Maharaj wrote in the purport was, what were they getting at here? And we see in their next statement, they're saying, if you don't give up Nanda Maharaj, we will all give up you and you'll have no community. So naturally, a father wants to get his daughter married, and especially in the Vedic system, at a young age, so they're sure that they have someone to protect them. And so if a father isn't able to get their daughter married to someone nearby, then they won't get to experience all of the, family experiences together. So, and if all of these cowherd men left, then he surely would not find a suitable groom for his daughter within the nearby area, and he'd have to send her somewhere far away to be married. So that was their threat, essentially, is that there would not be anyone for his daughter to marry if they all left. And Maharaj explained in the purport how these all sound like the material dealings that we're all too familiar with in this material world. People get angry, cause some drama, there's different implications and things like this. But we should understand that all of these activities that are happening, one, they're fully transcendental. And what does that mean? That they're all fully centered on love for Krishna. So the Gopas are doing all of this because they have such intense love for Krishna that when they heard that they weren't invited to his name-giving ceremony, that's what started this whole thing. So all of this is happening out of there. They have that much love for Krishna that this whole drama is happening. And so that's the difference between our activities in the material world and the activities of the majority of living entities, because there's only 25, or maybe it's a smaller portion. There's only, we're the minority. There's only a small portion of the souls that decide that have to come here to this material world. So congratulations, we're all special. we somehow or other messed it up. But the majority of the living entities are in their natural position as pure devotees of Krishna, and that means all of their activities are impelled by love of Krishna, whereas all of our activities in this material world are impelled by the modes of material nature. There's some Rajagun, Tamagun, and then I get angry or sleepy or this or that, and I'm forced to act. But in the spiritual world, and for Krishna's pure devotees, all of their activities are impelled by love of Krishna. That's what's making that's the basis of their activity and the reason why they're doing it, everything. So this was happening. The Gopas were in this, presenting now this argument to King Vrishabhanu. And King Vrishabhanu said, I'll just explain to you what our spiritual master Garga Muni said to me about my daughter and about Krishna. And Garga Muni, he's the spiritual master of many of these personalities. So the King Vrishabhanu and Nanda Maharaj. And so they're both repeating the same thing. Guru is one, the spiritual master is one. And so what do? They repeat the same thing that their spiritual master repeated, who repeats the same thing that Krishna spoke. So they're saying the same thing. Nanda Maharaj and King Vrishabhanu, they were speaking the same thing, just what they heard from Garga Muni. And even though King Vrishabhanu had all of this crazy situation to deal with. One is that the cowherd men, they lost their trust in Nanda Maharaj at that moment. And then the second being that they were very upset and angry about him not inviting them to Krishna's name-giving ceremony. And now they're presenting this whole thing to King Vrishabhanu. And so he has to deal with all of that and dispel their doubt. So what does he do to do that? He just repeats the same thing that he heard from his spiritual master. What else could he do? There's nothing else to do to solve the problem. So he repeats what he heard from Gargacharya, and which was essentially Garga Muni was explaining that his daughter, Srimati Radharani, is none other than the eternal consort of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who is the son of Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda in Vrindavan. And they were always there eternally together. So he didn't have to worry about some marriage drama or anything like this. And so he explained the situation to them, and they were happy to hear the absolute truth from their spiritual master. You could call King Vrishabhanu also one of their spiritual masters. So, but they still weren't fully convinced. So they said, well, there has to be at least one test. Can you set up a test to show us that Krishna is God, or that he is supreme, and we will all watch and see that he can do this extraordinary thing, and then we'll know that this is true. And so this all relates to the purport, because we were speaking of these things, like there was the point about wealth and the we were hearing about Nanda Maharaj, and there were some points about Vaishyas being mentioned. And so that's how one of the reasons I was thinking, and Maharaj also mentioned the Govardhan pastime. So I was thinking of this, specifically this point, that King Vrishabhanu, he said, okay, we'll perform this test. And when they asked him to do the test, they also glorified him, that you are the most wealthy. You have so many jewel palaces. Your wealth even makes Kamsa pale in comparison. And Nanda Maharaj laments about his wealth when he sees your wealth. And so King Vrishabhanu said, okay, we'll set up this arrangement to prove that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So he has all these many of these very handsome men servants with all these large caskets, jewel caskets or jeweled caskets filled with pearl necklaces with the most valuable pearls on them. Each pearl is more brilliant than millions of suns. So there's all these men with all these jewel baskets with all these nice pearls. There's so many of them. And King Vrishabhanu, he sends them all to go to Nanda Maharaj to offer his daughter to Nanda Maharaj to be married to his son, Krishna. So all these men, they go there to Nanda Maharaj and they say, we have this nice dowry for you, all these pearl necklaces, like so many of them, they're exquisite. And King Vrishabhanu wants to offer his daughter to your child, Krishna, to be married. And please send back an equal, if you accept this, please send back an equal dowry. And so Nanda Maharaj, he started looking through his palace to see if there was a dowry that could match this. And Yashoda, Mother Yashoda, is also looking through their palace to see if there was something. But they both came to the same conclusion, that we don't have anything that could match this wealth. And so how embarrassing it would be that we're going to be publicly embarrassed by not being able to reciprocate with this offering. And also we won't be able to have our child marry the most qualified wife, the most amazing wife for him to marry. So they were very much in anxiety. And Krishna, recognizing this anxiety, he took 100 of the pearl necklaces and he went to go, which is just a small sample from the whole group, and he went to go plant the pearls from the necklaces in the field. And Maharaj wrote in the purport that the words that were used to describe him planting these pearls like grain seeds show that Krishna was already experienced in this art of performing planting grains, which is one of the duties of the Vaishyas, Krishi Gorakshavani Gyam. They do the agriculture, the cow protection, and the business. So Krishna, he planted these, and Nanda Maharaj was in great anxiety now, extreme anxiety, because he's seeing that one, the dowry is not for him to touch. Two, he's not able to reciprocate with it, and they may have to send it back. And that in itself is embarrassing. But now he's seeing that the dowry is, he recounted it, and it's 100 necklaces short. So it's already extremely embarrassing to have to send it back, but it's unthinkable to send it back with some of it missing. So he was thinking, oh, how horrible. Some of my family members must have taken some of this while we were caring for these most trustworthy men and letting them bathe and feeding them and everything. Some of my family members must have taken some of this. I'll go ask Balaram and Krishna if they took some of these to play with. So he asked Krishna, and Krishna said, I planted some of the pearls in the field. So he rebuked Krishna and then went to go retrieve the pearls with him. And when they went there, they saw so many of these huge trees, which were filled with bunches of the most effulgent pearls. They were even bigger than the ones he had planted. All of these pearl trees filled with tons of pearls. So then Nanda Maharaj at that moment could apprehend the godhood of his son, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because it's not possible. How is that possible? But for Krishna, anything's possible. And it happened in just 3 hours, or just a few hours. So what did they do? They filled up many carts with millions and millions of these huge, very brilliant pearls, many carts, millions and millions of pearls, and they sent it all back to King Vrishabhanu. So now King Vrishabhanu and all the cowherd people who were waiting with him to have their doubt dispelled, they see unlimited carts of unlimited pearls coming back. And so King Vrishabhanu set up this whole thing to prove to them how Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And once they saw this, they could understand, wow, he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's proved. So that's the function of the spiritual master, is he opens the eyes of those who are seeking his shelter with the torchlight of knowledge. Om Gyana Tamarandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshran Militamyana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. And then we also, Narottam Das Thakur prays the Gaurvashtikam that we just prayed, that explains, if you look at the translation, Maharaj had it in the purport to the end of this chapter of the Garga Samhita. It's in Canto 3, Giriraj, King of Mountains, and the chapter is the test of Krishna. So he has this in the last purport. The whole Gaurvashtikam is there. And so the spiritual master, he showed them Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And all the cowherd people, they bow down to King Vrishabhanu. And someone might say, well, why would you worship or glorify a saintly person that might, bring them to this level of godhood that is unreal and offensive? But actually, Krishna is more pleased when his devotees are pleased. So this is the process, is that we glorify the devotee of the Lord, and that pleases the Lord. And so when all these cowherd people showed their great appreciation their deep appreciation for King Vrishabhanu, it was actually, they were spontaneously following the injunctions of the scriptures, because their deep appreciation was right to be shown to him, because he could drastically increase their faith in Krishna. So sorry, that was really long. Okay, you had a question or a comment? Then we'll wrap it. I don't know. I haven't read that far into it yet to know. So these things are all there in the Garga Samhita. It's really amazing because we're hearing Krishna's pastimes from so many different angles. And then it's easy to remember it. And I just remember there's one letter where Srila Prabhupada writes to His Holiness Dhanavir Goswami, and he tells him to try to understand this Krishna consciousness philosophy from all angles of vision. And that's been one of the things that I noticed in the Garga Samhita, and one of my favorite things about it is that from after you read it, you can't just forget what you read, which of course you can't do with any of these transcendental literatures because they're so potent and amazing. But one specific factor about this, that you can't forget what you had just read, because Maharaj explains it from so many different angles, these different like pastimes of Krishna or points of the philosophy. He'll show where it's spoken about here, where this Acharya speaks about it, how one of the Goswamis recounts it all here, or a different song by one of the Acharyas, or a play. So there's like so many different angles of this activity or quality of Krishna. And so after you read it, you can't help but think about it from so many different ways. It's like stays. So those are a few things. Okay, yeah, so Keshava Jit Prabhu. Keshava Jit Prabhu is asking that when Maharaj spoke about the Rajasuya sacrifice, was that part of the Ashwamedha Yagya? No, they're two different sacrifices, but there's more than one Rajasuya sacrifice that we hear about with all the associates of Krishna, I'm pretty sure. I think there's one for King Ugrasena, and there's also one for Maharaj Yudhishthir that we hear about. But it's different from it's also extremely exalted like the Ashwamedha one, but it's different. I'm pretty sure someone can correct me on this week if we're wrong about that. Okay, I went really far over the time. Thank you. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Mara said that someone's not able to give.
Hare Krishna.